Konami! My stream deck button is not working. That's so fun and interesting for me. Why? Why you not work? Probably because I've been ignoring an update. Whatever. Konami. Oh. You know, guys, I was looking at my options for today and I was like, I want to do work. I know that's extremely sick and twisted of me. But that was the vibe today. Look, as we all know, anyone with any amount of proper technological prowess will tell you to fucking ignore updates. Ignore them for at least a week. You don't want to be the guy dealing with the brand new bullshit that's about to fuck up on an update. Security updates are all you ever need to bother with. See? Although I will say, whenever I see that little green arrow at the top of the Discord, ooh, I want to click it so bad. There have been times where I'm in the middle of talking to someone and I see that update button and I click it and just disconnect completely, and it's like, sorry, I forgot I was literally speaking to you at that exact moment. I just want to press it. Something about it that just makes you want to click it. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot you existed. Wow. Whoa. Why did everything freak it? That's spooky. All I did was make a backup of my stream deck shit. Guys, I forgot how time works. Time and time zones. Because for some reason, I saw the state of play being at 2 p.m. and I was like, that means it's at 12. Because 2 p.m. PST means it's at 12 here. And I was like, no. That means it's at 4. No, I can't update the stream deck right now because OBS is open. Oh well. That is today. It's today, isn't it? It's Thursday, isn't it? Hoping to see anything in it? No. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just waiting for the tweets. As usual. That's why I was like, that's soon, isn't it? When can I start expecting tweets? Why should I waste my time watching things that I don't care about? Actually, like, some of the few times that I do watch these announcements, like directs and stuff, like, I watched the direct that they showed Bravely Default Remaster. So, like, when it happens, it is tailored specifically to me. Also, I get to go, after seeing all the tweets, and, like, go look at the official accounts and see what they tweet as well, to see, like, nobody paying attention to the things that they should be paying attention to. Everyone's always bitching and saying everything's the worst direct ever. Although this last one wasn't very good. Everyone always says things are so bad and shitty, and then I go and I look and I'm like, what the fuck? That's awesome! That's so great! I love this! Gamers just hate everything. Why do you play video games if you don't even like them? Nobody hates video games more than gamers. This is a fact. They announced FF9 Remastered Trash Direct. Oh. People getting their panties in a twist thinking my beautiful Agnes was Garnet. Maybe you should actually learn some culture. Maybe you should actually learn what an underrated game is. Because it's Bravely Default for the 3DS and now remastered for the Switch too. You've long run out of the ability to say that FF9 is underrated. You guys have shouted it from the rooftops for long enough that it's not underrated anymore. If everyone and their mom is like, oh, it's underrated, and you have 8 billion people talking about it, that's not underrated. It's no longer 2010. Hell, it's no longer 2005. Every time you dunk on FF9, it's not even necessarily 9's fault. It's the dumbass fan base. Fucking Japanese soldier kept fighting war 84 years after it ended as fan base. If only it was still 2010. Yeah. Anyways, play Bravely Default. Actually underrated. truly think that anyone who likes Octopath, you should play Bravely Default. Because while Octopath basically took Bravely Default's combat system, it made it worse. In my opinion, I think that Octopath's implementation of Bravely Default's, you know, combat system is worse than it is in Bravely Default. Specifically because of the fact that BP, when used with spells, only boosts the spell's power instead of allowing you to multicast the spell. And being able to multicast spells in Octopath really should be able to be done because of the fact that you need to target things' specific weaknesses, and a lot of them are spells. And only being able to cast a spell a singular time is stupid. Whenever shit has like 9 shield points. I also think the job system is better in Bravely Default. Because you can basically... Well... No, I do. I do think that. I'm gonna stand on that one. I think it's better. I just think Bravely Default did it all better. Jobs with the passes are way better. Yup. Yup. Bravely Second is 10 times better. I need to play Bravely Second. I must. At some point. Because I have not, and I need to. And that's a crime. As one of Bravely Default's, I was gonna say swingers, biggest swingers, but that's a different word. That's a different connotation than saying I swing for it. Biggest proselytizers, maybe? Biggest, loudest mouth about Bravely Default. Did play Octopath and Bravely, so that's kind of swinging it away. That's crazy. That's crazy. Since we're not allowed to say stan anymore. Oh, right. But, like, that's different. Like, obviously I stan, but I mean, like, I'm out here telling people. I'm out here spreading the good word. You know, what the FF9 fanbase thinks they're doing. They will never not catch strays. Like, why are you gonna come into my stream where I'm playing FF8 to tell me how underrated FF9 is? What's y'all's fucking problem? Genuinely. What makes you think that's gonna make me go like, oh yeah, let me stop playing this game so I can go play your underrated gem Final Fantasy 9? Like, oh yeah, sorry man, sorry. You're right. I should be playing 9 instead. My bad. Let me fix that real quick. I own 9. It's on my Steam right now. I mean, it's not downloaded, but I own it. I could play it. I don't even know how it ended up being in my library. But it's there. Sitting so underratedly. So underrated. So underrated. Oh goodness, oh me, oh my. It's so underrated. Whatever. What freaking ever, man. Guys, what's your underrated game? What game are you willing to be so annoying about that nobody wants to play it? And Goku 2 Stairway to Heaven? Alright. To FF9, I've been trying to get you to pay Foodie for 4 years now. I do own it. Chainsaw Lollipop. Please play it. I don't know. Yeah, I should say is my underrated game so that people play it and have a fucking terrible time. I should say Shenmue and Shenmue 2. Don't play games anymore. I just watch anime women play them on the internet. Yeah, but like you can have games from the past be your underrated game. It doesn't have to be anything new. You're evil. Whatever, man. I don't think anyone would listen to me say that Shenmue is underrated. Because if you know anything about Shenmue, you know that, like, it's kind of a classic. I don't think you could, like, if someone has heard of Shenmue, that you could, like, pawn them off on saying it's underrated. Underrated shitty game I told someone I hated to play is Star Ocean 4. What's the game that you tell your worst enemy to play? It was way ahead of its time in a lot of ways. It was. It was. But it also had, like, a 20-minute long... Not even 20 minutes. Like, that ending for fucking Shenmue 2? What was that? Why did it take that fucking long for the game to end? Why was I running through a forest for that long? Why do we need that many QTEs? That game refused to end. Yeah, why did it get that long to get to duck racing? Why is every bit of joy that's in the game so fleeting and small? It was Overwatch, but it kind of made it fun with the new heroes. Don't have one that I personally play, but I would suggest P3. See, unfortunately, that one, like, there's a chance that they'll have a good time. Guys, I'm in the minority for how much I despised P3. You must be aware of this. Mysterious Murasame Castle. I feel like I've heard of that. Did also play the worst version. Listen, everyone's tried to be like, no, but if you did this or that, it would have been... No. No. The story itself is bad. The characters are bad. It's bad. The version of the game, it wouldn't have been fixed. The The only good things it had were my wife, Mitsuru, and Akihiko, and Shinjiro. Yes, they're all my wives. And then they my Shinji. I mean, dog. Dog is good boy. Did not have a good time watching it either. Well, I feel like you're watching it is not quite the same as fully experiencing it on your own, because you're watching me play it means that you've watched me play it. So you've been sitting there listening to me go like, I hate this fuck ass stupid game. You know? It colors your experience of the game. Experiencing on my own would have been worse. Negativity bias? Yeah, basically. Also recognize that for what I saw, devoid of your influence, I would not have liked it one bit. Maybe. It's really hard to very confidently say that sort of thing. Fucking shitting Christ. Don't like the Persona formula and it taking 8 billion years to finish a game. Well, see, you only feel that way about a game whenever you don't like it. Or when you get right near the end of the game that you do like, but you're kind of tired of playing. Because we all definitely have games that were like, yes, thank you for taking 8 billion hours of my life. Can you please take more? Look at anyone playing an MMO. There is no finishing that. It just keeps going. Well, until it fails and then no longer is in service. Final dungeon time grind push, yeah. P3 has a weird pacing issue. P3 has a lot of issues. Pacing is definitely one of them. Gave Hell Divers 2 1,834 hours? What in the hell? What? We got Super Democracy's strongest soldier over here. What the fuck? Junpei. One word can really say so much. I hate that motherfucker. Still baffles me that people run defense for Junpei. I don't get it. Was 12 underrated? It gets a lot of shit, but I really enjoyed that one. I would say 12 is underrated in comparison to, like, people spouting that 9's underrated. Because no one really even says shit about 12. Like, 13's got dedicated haters. Nobody really even says anything about 12 these days. I think the people that tend to run defense on, like, for Junpei are people who, like, when they were his age, were a Junpei. They see themselves in Junpei, and so they're like, no, it's alright, Junpei's, like, chill. And I'm like... and then you have people that, like, no, Junpei gets better, and it's like, does he, though? Just wait until Chidori dies. Then Junpei's, like, really good. Is he, though? He's still fuck-ass Junpei that's trying to perv on naked girls like a week after Chidori dies. Yeah, guys, he changed. So much. He does get over it awful fast. I'm still not really convinced Chidori ever actually really liked him. He mostly just sort of, like, was really insistent in pushing himself into her, like, life. You'll have to go at him like that? No, I really don't think Chidori even actually really liked him. He just kept fucking inserting himself into her life. And she's like, yeah, I guess this is what I have to deal with. Probably wouldn't ride or die for any boy that was as sticky as Junpei. Yeah, because, like, she didn't really have anyone else other than, like, Freak Jesus and the other member of the Funky Bunch. Do not ask me that man's name. Either of them. That's Freak Jesus, and that other guy was part of the Funky Bunch with Chidori. Maybe if I was once a teenage boy, I would have liked Junpei. Or P3. But I've never been a teenage boy. Freak Jesus should have been in the dancing games. Hell yeah. Maybe in the future then. Right, I'll get right on that. I'll become a teenage boy. Does seem to be a target audience, oh for sure. Gotta wait for that reincarnation. Yeah, I was gonna say any day now, but that seems like I shouldn't say that. That seems much too much like welcoming my own death. So I will not say that. The incarnation cooldown time and terms and conditions are complex. And I never read the terms of service. Guys, I went to the store yesterday, right? And guess what I fucking forgot? Because I didn't think about it until today. I forgot rice vinegar. Milk? No, I have a shit ton of milk. Because I use almond milk. Because it is shelf stable. So I just get like a big thing of almond milk from Costco, and then I have milk for like a year. I know, I forgot rice vinegar, so now I can't have properly seasoned sushi rice. Almond milk, it's almond juice, it's almond milk. You can't take it away from me, it's milk. Can't milk an almond? Ugh, someone's obviously not tried hard enough. Milk altered is so much better than actual milk, honestly. The only reason I would buy cow milk is if I needed it specifically for like baking something, so like to make whipped cream, and then that would be milk. Or if I was making like yogurt. Bad take. You have been here for so long. You've heard me shit on cow milk all the time. I do not drink milk. Milk does not go into a glass and into my mouth. So the only thing that you people ever have to say is that, oh, it tastes better, the cow milk. Well, first off, I hate the flavor of milk. I will only drink milk if it is ice cold because then I don't taste it. And otherwise, milk substitutes last 8 billion times longer in the fridge. And they do the exact same thing in most recipes. I've even made, like, milk gravy with coconut milk. And it tastes the exact same. Why should I waste money on milk that goes bad constantly? I'm one person. Even a half gallon of milk is gonna go bad. Because I don't drink it. Coconut milk is sweeter? No, not if you get it from the carton. There's different forms of coconut milk. Obviously, there's like cans of coconut milk, but like if you get it, that's just like, it's the carton of milk vibe. It is not very sweet at all, actually. It's kind of not good to drink. It's almost sour tasting. But if you cook with it, it tastes the exact same as if you cooked with milk, with dairy milk. Because I have done it. I've made a milk gravy and it tastes the exact same. Because really, what's the flavor of a milk or white gravy? It's just black pepper. That's all it is. That's what the flavor actually is. You don't taste any milk. But milk is yummy? Not to me. I think milk is disgusting. You know what? People would be like, but Nami, you love hot cocoa. What about using milk for that? I use water. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I use water for my hot cocoa. I show it right when you're talking about hate crimes. That's right. I use water. Almond milk doesn't go well with it. Sometimes I use it, but mostly I just use water. Actually, if I'm gonna use almond milk with it, I don't do full almond milk. I'll do like half almond milk and half water, or like water with a splash or two of almond milk. But most of the time, if it's like packet hot cocoa, it's water, baby. They all have milk powder in them. Milk is annoying and takes forever to heat up properly. And it cools down so quickly. I want my hot cocoa to actually be hot for a while. Half and half for cocoa? That'd probably slap. I like cream. I have had cups of straight heavy cream before and drink them. Delicious. Yummy. Milk, disgusting. Full, half. Skim, 2%. I don't care. Gross. But cream is delicious. If you use skim, you're basically using water anyway. Like, what's the fucking point? I feel like using water for hot cocoa, I get more pure, unadulterated chocolate flavor as well. It's just chocolate. Maybe even more of like leaning on dark chocolate flavor. People also make abuelita with water. I would. Watch me, I'll do it. Next time I go to the store, I'll get some fucking abuelita. I'll make it with water. Skim is just water that somehow goes bad? Real. You miss the creamy smoothness? No, I don't. I don't miss jack or shit. Use coffee for hot cocoa? It's anxiety water. Coffee for hot cocoa is interesting. Because, like, when you make stuff like brownies, a lot of time you'll add, like, a splash of espresso because it will bring out that chocolatey flavor more. So I bet you're getting real chocolatey like, hot cocoa with coffee. Or you're basically making, like, a mocha. That I'm not mad at. Tiny pinch of salt? Well, yeah, that's to anything sweet. Yeah, a little bit of salt, and it'll bring out the sweet. Only reason I keep around instant espresso powder, it makes chocolate stuff taste so much better. And you need to have it if you ever make tiramisu. I'd say I go make some hot cocoa with water right now, but I have a mug of tea already, so... My warfare will wait. You know what? If you make your hot cocoa with milk, unless you're gonna pop out a pot, you can't ever use a mug that you can't microwave. And you might be like, there are mugs you can't microwave? Well, yes. If they have cute little metallic detailing on them, you can't microwave that. Have some nice tea. I'm having some more Paris tea. Because I picked up the package yesterday after the store trip. So I now have more Paris tea in my life. I oversteeped it because I forgot about it because it was in the kitchen. I was sitting here and then I was like, my tea! Allowed to have your milk opinion? Like some people are allowed well done steaks. No, those aren't people. Sorry, let's get one thing clear. Those aren't people. So just keep that one in mind. Also, if you like your toast like on the verge of blackened, you're also not people. Toasting is to add crunch and to help mitigate against sogginess and moisture, not to turn it into a puck. Warm bread toast? No, it has the crust. It's soft inside. That is toast. My level of toast is it has a crunchy outer layer and then it is still soft inside. That is what toast should be. I shouldn't have a singular bite of toast end with me wearing 90% of the toast. Because when you toast it all the way through, then it all is so dry that you're making waterfalls of crumbs. Like, that's a fucking crouton. I like the toast becoming dust when I crunch into it. See? It has no toast color? Yes, it does. You can get color on your toast without it being dried out all the way through. At no point did I say it can't have any color. If it has crust, it has color. Like, are you crazy? Okay, if it not burned and is well buttered, but not my preferred style. It's sad toast is what it is. The level you picked on the chart barely had color. Okay, and it had color. You see how that word is an operative in front of another word? Barely is not none. Toast can have some golden color on it without being a crouton. I just lost the words. Yeah, you see? Yeah, you see? Yeah. Baking toast on the stove is perfect for getting a perfect toast. I agree. Why is it that you guys want to argue that toast has to be a certain way whenever we toast, like, if you pan fry toast, right? If you make toast in a pan, it doesn't get, like, super crispy crunchity. But we still call that toasting the bread, do you not? When you toast buns for a hamburger, that's still toasted. But it doesn't become the crouton. Maybe you need to think about your toast prejudices. Toast my buns the other day when I forgot the seat warmer was on. I don't care what the weather is. Having a nice toasty seat, that's just nice. It's a nice experience. It can be 80 degrees out, and, like, if you got a seat warmer, hell yeah, turn that shit on. I was getting some of my chia pudding out of my big container of glorp this morning. And guys, if you have tryptophobia, I think you should ignore all the lovely good things that I've been saying about chia seeds. Save yourself. Because you're not going to be able to handle it. Chia pudding is not a tryptophobia safe food. Especially if you get some, like, clumps in there that have less, swollen? Less soaked? There we go, that's a better way to put it. Less soaked seeds. Like, they didn't get as much moisture as the other ones. That's a real bad pocket to hit if you have tryptophobia. Because then they're smaller and denser and they don't have, like, mine are soaked in almond milk. So they have, like, the goo around it is white. Yeah, if they didn't get as much milk as everything else, then it's just like streaks of nothing but seeds. And they're smaller, so then you get like a bajillion more of them in that little streak. Need a pic for reference? I think you can look it up. I added more milk to my container, so hopefully I will have fewer clumps of less soaked seeds next time I go in it. I mean, maybe you should eat it. Maybe you should just close your eyes and eat it anyway. Because are you getting your necessary amount of fiber? Probably not. I bet most of you aren't. Focus on the weird alien eggs texture. It's not really that alien, like if you make like a really dense chia pudding. It's just like a crunchy pudding. A pudding with lots of little crunchies in it. Does kind of look like alien egg soup. Well, if you make it really thick, then it doesn't look like soup. It's just pudding. It's just pudding with lots of little dots in it. And by lots, I mean everywhere. Everything is dots. That's why it's not tryptophobia safe. Lots of little dark dots. So while it's not actually holes, it kind of looks like a bunch of holes, you know? Chia. Can you believe the thing that people used to smear onto, like, terracotta forms of Bob Ross's head is now recognized as being, like, a superfood? Went to search it, and as soon as chi was typed, it showed up. Love how that works. They're aware, they know you're looking for chia seeds. Eat them in overnight oats. Yeah. I have like a bag of overnight oats that like has chia seeds and like some flavoring and such in it that I got from the Costco one time. It's pretty good. I just haven't like made it because I'm alright with having just pure chia. Well, not exactly pure because I do put either some brown sugar or like today I just did blackberry jam. for sweetness and flavor. But doing them in overnight oats does help if you are someone who doesn't want pure chia. Because then you don't have big masses of pure chia. Pure chia can be too powerful. And I will say that's one thing that, like, if you're gonna make it, I would use milk instead of just water. Extra nutrients. Whey and random fruits? Yeah. I was using banana, and then I ate all my bananas. So now I'm using blackberry jam. Because I am just a bear, actually. The jar of blackberry jam even has a bear on it. Finished all the bananas, all but 2. They got very brown, so I peeled them and froze them so that I can use them in banana bread at some point. But yes, I ate all the other bananas. Three pounds of bananas. And the only ones that are getting turned to banana bread are 2 of them. And that's mostly because I decided to let 2 of them become banana bread. Turned into monkey. I love fresh fruit. My wallet doesn't. Grow your own banana tree? I've thought about it. But I, should probably focus on my lemon tree, which I can't lie, guys. Kind of in dire straits right now. I hope she'll pull through. Because, unfortunately, didn't expect the freezing cold snaps while I was in Disney World. So the lemon tree was outside. And like lemon trees can handle like an amount of cold. They're evergreen trees. But if they go too low for too long, then yeah, it harms the tree. So I had to basically prune back the tree to, like, the first node right above the graft point, and I just have to, thoughts and prayers. Because you can tell whenever, like, part of the tree is dead by you scrape back some of the bark, and if it's green underneath, then it's still growing. If it's brown, that part is dead. And all of the growth above the first node of the graft point, was dead. But I'm pretty positive that it is still green underneath at the area that's, like, right above the graft point. So I'm just gonna water it. And I haven't fertilized it yet. I might do some maybe next week, because whenever a tree has had, like, cold damage, you don't really want to heavily fertilize. And we're just gonna hope that it's a fighter. A lot of these fruit trees are more resilient than you would think, so we're just gonna hope that this guy is one of them. Thoughts and prayers. Poor little lemon tree. Poor little lemon stump. If it survives, the fruit will be better. Not how fruit trees work. That is not how fruit trees work. But we can tell ourselves that. Of course, the fuck-ass rose bush that's, like, growing out of control and has been for years. The cold doesn't, it doesn't care. It's fucking Elsa. Cold never bothered it anyway. It's gonna continue to be a blight on my life. That thing will continue to grow forever, and I'm going to continuously have to prune it back forever so that I can, like, walk around spots without getting thorned. That thing doesn't even grow roses anymore. It's just an evil thorn bush of leaves. My experience with rose bushes that have gone native, they'll outlive you. Yup. As long as we don't get any more crazy cold snaps, I might be able to start getting some sproutlings ready for next month. Because we should be out of the woods for freezing once that happens. Ooh. Which means I will need to get more soil. I don't think I'm gonna have my dream of my raised garden bed this year, boys. I think I will still be gardening in my small pots. Because, money. My mom was saying I oughta, like, clear this one spot that's, like, right up against the house and have my lettuce and bok choy growing there. I don't know if that'll happen. I feel like lettuce and bok choy have a very small window of time that's, like, actually feasible here with how hot it gets. Because even though the variety of lettuce that I'm growing is all the year round, butter lettuce, is just more likely to bolt if it's hot. Which means lettuce milk. Never had any luck with lettuce. Lettuce and other, like, leafy greens, they really prefer it to be cold. Like, most lettuce prefers to not get above, like, 70 degrees. It's me, I'm lettuce. Already warmer than that here? Yep. To the opposite of you. Yeah. Like, 60 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit is gonna be your lettuce sweet spot. So it's usually like a spring crop or a fall crop, or if you have a mild winter, a winter crop. Thought it would thrive in hot weather. Think about what happens when you get a piece of lettuce hot. What does it do? That's right, it wilts. It gets gross and sad and it wilts. So why would it being attached to roots in the earth make it not do that? There are varieties that tolerate heat better than most, like the all year round butter lettuce like I have, but green magic seems so fresh and stuff. I thought they could handle it. No. You know, it's a plant that you would think is like a cooler weather plant, right? But it's not. Eggplant. Eggplant does not like cooler weather. In fact, eggplant seeds need warm soil to even just germinate. The optimal range for eggplant to germinate is between 80 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's just for the seed to germinate, to sprout. Isn't that crazy? Built for the South? Yeah. And then once it's like germinated, you want to keep it between 70 to 80 for the most part for your daytime. And then not any less than like 65 for nighttime. That's a summer plant. It also prefers full sun. I always thought eggplant was like a fall plant. But no, it's summer. At the Wally Mart, they've already got, like, gardening stuff out. It's almost time. I really could actually be getting seeds started. Because I have... You know, they take a few weeks before you need to transplant them. And I don't want to sleep on my tomatoes this year. I still need to deal with the dead plants from last year. Most of my pots still have, like, the corpses of last year's garden in them. My front porch is pretty macabre looking. With all the dead plants. You gotta let them go. What if I just, like, chop them up and put them into the soil for next year's plants? Or this year's plants? What if I do that? Is that a viable option? Can I use their corpses? Just don't plant the same thing there? Why is that? Everything's in pots, so it's not like it's a exhausting the soil issue. I just have to, I put new soil in there. I have to fertilize and put new soil regardless. In case of disease, it's gonna be new soil. So unless the corpses have the disease to be chopped up and put in there. I don't think any of them were diseased. I can just throw the corpses out on the grass and let them deal. It's probably what I should do. Will I? I don't know. I did my allotted knitting time. So now I actually have live 2D open. Which means I may be more locked in than I was. How'd it go? How far along row 1 are you? It is done. I just got like midway through on the first like actual row of the second row of heads. Did I tell you guys that Namiji was like, "Oh, you have such a green thumb," and I was like, "I literally don't." All I'm doing is being like, "Hey, this plant has an issue," and then I look it up, and usually when you look it up, everything's like, "Well, it could be overwatering, or it could be underwatering," and it's like, "Cool, I'm gonna go fucking kill myself." Because how is the same damn issue possibly overwatering or possibly underwatering? Greener than most? Yeah, she said basically the same sort of thing of like, yeah, but you know to like, that there's something wrong and so you look it up and you do stuff. I'm like, that's crazy? Well, they were growing! I can't control the weather! What the hell? Good thing you can't because you would not let winter happen and that's sad. I can have a mild winter. That's it. Just a mild one. Unless Punxsutawney Phil says it's 6 more weeks, and then, well, I gotta back my bro up. Guys, one day, I'm gonna go to Punxsutawney. I'm gonna see Phil do his thing. And I'm gonna get trapped in a time loop. say to know how we are, but the realization that it's true. It's not about me. But the person to die in pieces What do you lose what it take for you to love yourself and attain inner peace? Give or take. That's a good question. What constitutes loving myself and attaining inner peace? Like... BDS fact, all of it is true. When life is black and blue is just blue. Mine is true. It's a matter of fact. Oh, you love me too. It's as simple as that. I'm not actually listening to this song. Can't really explain that for you. It's unique. Oh, I don't know. How many would it take for you? It's true. Oh, it's true. Baby, it's fine. Life is bad. It's just me. Not a fact. 10,863. That's really specific. Have you been through it? Guys, I had a dream last night. In this dream, I was like trialing for a plushie design job, I guess. And so I had to like design and make a plushie with a deadline. And so the plushie that I had designed and was going to make was a disco Minnie Mouse. And I had asked them, I was like, can I reference other Minnie Mouse plushies to see like how the shapes are constructed and such, you know, to make sure she's a model? And they were like, no, all construction must be done yourself. Like, fully your own methods and your own designs. I was like, okay. So the deadline was by 9 a.m. the next morning. So guess what happened this morning? I woke up, saw it was like 9, almost went back to sleep, and then my brain was like, no, the deadline! So like I fully woke up. I fully woke up at 9 a.m. because of this stupid dream. My Minerva was about half constructed, so that's a problem. But it caused me to wake up and stay awake at 9 a.m. Because my brain was like, the deadline! The deadline! You gotta be awake! So that was my dream. It's really funny, isn't it? Like, I went to go back to sleep, and my brain was like, the deadline! So, you know, at least you know deadlines are serious business to me. Had similar urges to send work emails when I woke up and then I realized I already did it, or it was about dream nonsense. Yeah, I've had the dreams where it's like I've been texted or something, and I'll wake up and like expect to see that text. It's not there. There is no text. Hold on, I'm tweaking. But like moving stuff, tweaking. Infinitesimal changes, tweaking. Not any other sort. Waking up because I missed my alarm. Some dreams I'll have about me seeing some weird thing on Twitter and then waking up and rapidly rechecking for it. It's like when you have a dream where like someone does something, so you're upset with them, and then you wake up and you have to be like, they didn't actually do that. You can't be mad at them. They did not actually do that. And your brain's like, yeah, but like, what if? What if I was mad at them? Like, it can be hard to be normal. To be like, they literally didn't do that. No, I've never woken up laughing. I would be concerned. I would think I've lost it. Sorry, I can't relate with you on this one. Oh. Because, you know, I'm the only one who's lost it. Ah, congrats, brother. You're clinical. Ah, freak. Boy, my stomach makes such interesting sounds. If I turned off the BGM, I'm sure you would actually hear it, because I think I saw the last noise that it just made, like, actually activate the mic. I'm not gonna do that, though. Do I have this? I do. Haha. Guys, this model has a feature that I never put on any models because I think most of the time it just looks stupid and dumb. But because of the nature of this model, it's pretty restrained, I would say, in terms of movement to match the vibe. So I thought it might be interesting to add. Just so it has a little something more going on. Will you see it most of the time? No. No, you will not. But it has it. I could add another thing that I never add. I really pissed myself off doing it. God damn it. There's like one little smudge on my glasses that won't go away. Will I do it? I don't know. Maybe if I'm like, haha, I just need a little something right at the end. Even though right now I'm already like, I don't know if I'll be able to even like implement this one toggle in time. I should be able to, as long as physics don't take me 800 years. But I'm definitely going to focus on doing like physics and everything for everything first. And then if I have enough time and sanity left, then I'll add the toggle. But otherwise the toggle might be DLC. I'm looking at the tracking. Hee hee hee. It looks good. Ah, hee hee hee. I need to fix this one thing that's pissing me off. I think I got issues. Baby, it's back. I love is true. Oh my gosh, it'll be a week. tomorrow. I think you guys are going to like it. You will. You guys are gonna be like, wow, it's so cute. This was totally worth waiting a year for. You're gonna be like, wow, Nami. You're rigging so good. Because this will be the first, like, full model for me that it's totally from scratch rigging. Because so far it's just been outfit. I mean, other than Namiji. And I mean, for me to use myself. I think this model can be used even not winter. It's just most appropriate to debut it winter. Had to be fully rigged from zero? Yup. This is all me, baby. Konami. I mean, the next one will also be all me. Checking. Alright. What does that look like? Oh, weird. Why does it do that? Oh, that looks better. Yeah. That was worth adjusting. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Baby, it's fine. Our love is true. The wave is black. And blue is just blue. My love is true. It's a matter of fact. Oh, you love me too. It's as simple as that. Where is this thing? No, no, no. Me trying desperately to not say what it is. I just gotta be like, where is this thing? What if I just start gaslighting you all? What if I was like, oh, where's this feather? And there's like no feather. I mean, I could already be gaslighting you all. What with how pink the image is. For the reveal. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. I'm sitting here with nothing playing. Not music, not a video, nothing. Goddamn psychopath. The screams of the damned are inside of me. I hope one day they add a brush feature to art mesh creation. I want to be able to just smush mesh around like I can with everything else. And I mean, like, while setting up the art meshes. It's like, obviously you can use the brush, not the selection brush, but the actual, like, I don't know what the fuck it's called, manipulation brush. I just press the button and use it. What is it called? Deform brush. I want that, but like while I'm setting up the art mesh, like the vertices. So that if I have some that have strayed further away from like the edge of a thing than I want it to be, I don't have to go in and like either lasso them or individually pull them closer to the edge. I want a brush so I can just push them. That's my most requested feature, if I were able to ask for one. My most requested feature when it comes to my own brain using this program is to understand that it no longer says reflect motion. It is now motion mirroring. Because every time I go to do it, I still am looking for reflect motion. And it is motion mirroring. And every time I sit there and I'm like, where is it? It's not called that anymore, old man. Get with the times. Sparkle motion? What the fuck is that? Whoa. There's a feature that lets me know what love is. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. Oh yeah, I wanna feel what love is. No, you can show me. Oh yeah. What feeling? What feeling? Want you to show me. Ooh. I love being the crazy person who spends so much time on things that people will probably never actually notice and see. It's there. Welcome, Tomos! Welcome, Tomases! You were doing spooky fishing? How'd that go? Did you catch anything? Caught a lot of fish. Let's fucking go. We love fishing. Me personally, I'm not doing any more scary fishing. I already did my time in dredge. And even that was too much. Very spooky. Ooh. Okay, we're just hanging out. I'm doing some work. But I've also been talking. I'm not, like, super locked in today. Because I don't really need to be super locked in today. So we're not. Is this? No. Half locked in is better than locked out. Whoa. So true. It's better. I guess. Whatever. Have you ever been to a lock-in? I have. I grew up in the church. What is that when you stay inside? And do, like, activities and have pizza. Do you enjoy them or not really? I think I only did... I kind of did, too. There was one that was at somebody's house, and then there was one that was, like, at the church. They're alright if you have no friends. And so most of your socialization is being forced upon you with the youth group. Lock-ins at the museum? That sounds fun. Granted, you'll still not, like, really be talking to anyone. But at least you'll be around people. I want to know when I can stay the night at a zoo. When's that experience? The one that we had at someone's house was whenever I first discovered that you don't actually need to be online or like multiplayer in order to go into the underground in Pokemon Diamond, and so I stayed up literally all night in the underground in Pokemon Diamond. Because, you know, whenever you go into it, it's like, oh, it's going to turn on wireless communication. So for the longest time, I thought you had to be multiplayer and, like, be with someone else to go into the underground. And that was the night that I found out, no, you don't. I lost that night to having a great time. All the animals are sleeping? Not all of them. Could I tell you literally anything else about what happened then? No, sir. I remember truly nothing else about that situation. All I remember is Pokemon Diamond Underground. The longest you've ever played a game in one sitting? I don't know. I know there was the one time, the first time I ever played Stardew Valley, I played it for like 11 hours straight and felt delirious by the end of it. It was like taking crack cocaine. I'm never satisfied. right by our house. And the lights are all out. See who's hanging around. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. Way, maybe next week. I'll get ya. I'll get ya. Boy, I have to think a lot. That looks better. Factorio. I still have not opened Factorio again. Because I know I shouldn't. I know I should not. It would be bad for me. Just a little won't kill you. Do you hear these? These are the words of the devil! Just build one component chain, it won't take that long. Here's my thing. I know at some point I would get annoyed as well with the like tower defense part of the game. I would just want to build factory. Which means I know I 100% should not ever own Satisfactory. Mod it. I know I could set it to not have issues. To not be a problem. But, like, that also allows me to keep myself safe. If I sit there and I think, oh, I don't want to deal with the bugs, then I don't open the game. You see? Don't open game, no bugs. Don't have to set up turrets to shoot. Bugs aren't the real enemies anyways. No, it's running out of fucking resources under your mining rigs and then having to reset your whole life. You gotta change everything around. The fence part of Factorio is really fun. See, I want to no brain factory. To me, I'm like, God. All these evil things are getting in the way of me just enjoying factory. I had news sources up and running at that time. And the enemies off from the start if you want. Yeah. Never found the bugs to add much to the game. They're only annoying until mid-game and after they're trivial. Yeah, so it's like, why have them? This factory, no bug. Force you to be efficient with your factory? No, no bug, just factory. Why does Minecraft have mobs? Because Minecraft literally has no point otherwise. It's a sandbox game. There's no... They finally added a goal, but otherwise there was never any, like, actual point to it. Which you would think, Nami, you love other sandbox games. And I go, yes. But I've always hated Minecraft. Because there was no fucking point. Like, there was nothing to work toward. There was no reason. Even in the case of, like, other sandbox games that I do enjoy, like Planet Coaster or, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon and the zoo and everything, like, the point is to run a successful business. It's not just the sandbox, it's also the management. Minecraft, like, truly had no point. Had the Ender Dragon for ages now? Yeah, but it didn't always. I mean, I didn't... Did I say just add? To me, that was just added. Because forever, Minecraft literally had no point. Yeah, just the other day. Whatever year that was. It's been 15 years? Yeah, just the other day. Like, I don't get what we're confused about. That's just the other day. They just added that. And I know people, like, you could be creative with it. I can be creative in so many other things. I can go draw. I can craft with my own real hands, making actual objects. What does Minecraft offer me? Nothing. Chance to mine, I guess. Most things that, like, it's like, oh, you can do that in Minecraft. I can find another game that I can do it as well. Like, even if you heavily mod it, it's like, oh, you can farm in it now, and it's like, okay, I can go play Fields of Mystery, I can go play Stardew Valley, I can go play any number of Story of Seasons, I can go play Disney Dreamlight Valley. Like, what do you have for me? Motion sickness final offer. Yeah, that's what Minecraft has to offer me, honestly. At the end of the day, that's what I can get from Minecraft. I've never understood how Minecraft was just like the de facto video game of all time to people. The kids yearn for the mines. Early adoption of YouTube. Yeah, I think YouTube probably did a whole lot for it. Not needing a super buff PC? I don't know! You see people talk all the time about how Minecraft, like, if you put a singular shader on there, it turns your PC into a space heater. Tickles the neurodivergent. I'm literally as ADHD autistic as you would imagine the average ilk playing Minecraft should be. And I hate it. So reconsider that one, because I think, in fact, it's mostly very normal, like, neurotypical people that I've seen be obsessed with the game more than actual autists. Minecraft became like the video game for people that literally don't play video games otherwise. Up there with like COD and Madden and shit. I think part of why Minecraft became as popular as it was because of the fact that it was a multiplayer experience without it being a competitive game. It just became a way for people to hang out with their friends without having to be sweaty about it. And because it was a sandbox, there was no like, oh, we ran out of this game, so now we have to find another like co-op game that we can play. And because it was sandbox, anyone could play it in whatever way most appealed to them. If someone was super into like combat stuff, they can go fight whatever mobs wherever. If someone was into making pretty things, there you go be creative. If someone's into mining for 12 hours a day and being underground like a dwarf, there you go. I truly, truly believe that is why Minecraft became what it is in the pop culture zeitgeist. Because you have friends. And you can do it with your friends. And everyone can do their own thing while still being with their friends. Very shit to keep really hard tism attached to it, like redstone. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, what were our other, like, silly fuck around multiplayer options back in the day? Mostly, like, Gary's mod. Guys, I've never owned Gary's mod. I feel I should also say that. Also wasted a lot of hours on Gmod. Yep, see? Me neither. Yeah. I guess what everything boils down to is, wow, imagine having friends to play games with. Had Gmod, but no friends, so I did not actually play Gmod. See? have friends to play games with. Friends were either into COD/Battlefield or Dota. The friends that I had on the internet, most of them did not play any online video games because most of my friends existed through like roleplay forums. Got you deep into 14, you had the community to be with? No. Because actually, I was very, very much anti-MMO because I didn't want to be playing a game with a bunch of other people. And, like, a multiplayer experience did not appeal to me. And then I accidentally made some friends. And I will say, doing that made the game better. But that's mostly because I also had people that were like, oh yeah, we'll play with you. They never actually would play with me. I'd be like, hey guys, I need to do this thing if you want to queue up with me. And they'd be like, yeah, sure, in a bit. And then they would never actually queue up with me. So it felt a lot like, why the fuck am I playing this if you people won't actually do anything with me? Because, like, I was basically begged to try the game, even though I was very anti-MMO. Other than RuneScape. RuneScape, my beloved, you could never do anything wrong, because all I do is make bread and mutton in you. But, like, that doesn't really count. They were like, oh, please, please, try it. And then they wouldn't actually fucking do anything. So I think for 14, it's because, one, the game got good once I hit Heavensward. I love Heavensward. But then also that was around the same time that I met people that would actually legitimately play the game with me. So it made it better. All the friend slop games coming out. Gotta get a dedicated slop buddy. Imagine that. Yeah, fucking imagine that. Yeah, I also enjoy high-end content because, to me, I think that tickles the neurodivergent more than the supposed neurodivergent tickling of, like, Minecraft, because it is much more of, like, active problem solving and pattern recognition and logic puzzles whenever you do mechanics in high-end content. And like optimizing your movement and your rotation and everything else. But now I've lost that, so fuck me, I guess. Just react to high-end content and do my dummy rotation. See, that's the difference between people who learn how to solve mechanics and people who learn what to do in a mechanic. I'm a solver. I play tank primarily. That'll do it. People who get carried through a mechanic 5 years after the mechanic was released. I mean, unless your whole group is doing it like eye level synced, there's not much option for you to like actually learn older fights. Because if it's that old, then you're just gonna blast through it. Wiki warrior here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking up how to do stuff. When I say like the difference between someone who solves a mechanic and just knows how to do the mechanic, I mean people like they watch a video on how to do a fight. It's usually PFers that do this shit. They watch a video on how to do a fight and like they say, okay, M1 goes to this spot, so I can only go to where this video shows M1 is because I am M1. Like, they don't learn how to actually solve the mechanic. They just memorize where they're supposed to go based on whatever video guide. That's wild. That's PF. That's also why I don't want a fucking PF. Because that's going to be 90% of the people that you run into in Party Finder. They literally cannot adjust. They can only be exactly where whatever video guide tells them to be. Why even raid? So that they can get whatever armor piece or mount or whatever the fuck it is they're after. Yeah, they're not raiding because they like raiding. They're raiding with a purpose. Like, raiding is a means to an end for a lot of people. They're just there to get whatever weapon or mount or armor piece or whatever. That's why, honestly, if you're the type that enjoys, like, actually solving mechanics in Raid, you just need to, like, first week it before people know the strats. Before there's a video guide for everyone to just brain off, follow guide, memorize guide. Yes, Party Finder will list out whatever strats they're using. A lot of times they'll even include like a link to a raid plan, which shows you exact diagrams for what they're using, or they'll say like Hector or Kobe to denote like whose video guide they're following. Yeah, the strategy board is nice. That's so lame. I mean, you do, even if you learn how to solve mechanics, right? Knowing a strat doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have to know how to solve that mechanic. Because, yes, there are brain dead strats, and then there's, like, not brain dead strats. Like, there are some things that even if you, like, figure out a brain dead strat for it, there's still a lot of personal responsibility for everyone. And so, you still have to, like, rely on every single person doing it correct. I am looking at limit cut. And even if you have a brain dead strat for fucking limit cut, people piss and shit their pants over limit cut. God, Arcveld EX was one of the easiest limit cuts possible, and people still struggled with it. Because guess what? Guess what? You can't memorize your exact spot for limit cut because it's randomized every time. You have no guarantee of what number you will end up with, and that is why limit cut is so difficult for a lot of people, because they can't memorize where to go stand. They can know where each number should go, but they can't just bloop, 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 I go here always. And that's why limit cut is so fucking hard. That's legitimately why limit cut is always so fucking hard to prog. Because people will turn their brain off for most of the fight, and then they need to turn it on for limit cut. So then they fuck up a limit cut because they refuse to use their brain 90% of the time. Just step into marker when it's your turn. Yeah, Arkveld was the easiest limit cut, and people still fucked it up. Like, Diamond, Arkveld, super easy. And you still would have people argue, like, Diamond sucks. Actually, the best way to do it is by doing this fuck-ass north-south shit. And it's like, are you insane? Are you actually crazy? I mean, the answer is yes, they are. Like, I saw someone being like, I don't know why everyone's doing Diamond whenever it sucks. Do north-south limit cut. I'm like, you're stupid. I don't know how else to say this to you, but you might be stupid. North-south limit cut for that fight? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Basically no DPS check. Why would you do anything but the safest? I don't know. Oh, and trust me, even though there's basically no DPS check, you'll see him rage. I saw him rage so many times for Arkveld. It drove me insane because I shouldn't. It's so easy. Even if everyone dies at this one spot, you can still, like, LB3 and recover. And kill it if you guys just don't fucking suck. If you just don't fucking suck, you can still make it, even if you all die to laser. But God, a lot of people fucking suck. This is good. This is healthy. There's reasons why I'm so sad about my static disbanding, and I will not just go PF. You can't make me. Because the last time I did PF prog, it was Arkveld. Well, see, that's also if you want to PF anything, you need to do it like the first last 2 weeks to week and a half. Because if you wait too long, the casuals start flooding the PF. Same thing if you want to have like an actually fun time in any new content. You need to do it as soon as possible before the casuals decide that it's been long enough that they can go into it. Like, if you want to have a fun time in Alliance Raid, you need to do it ASAP. Because if you wait too long, the casuals come in and they just fucking suck. They just suck. They just die. It's like they've never played the game before in their lives. Konami. As a tank / healer, the casual sucking makes it more fun. As a DPS, it just pisses me off because it usually involves me paying for someone else's mistakes. Most likely to get murdered by another DPS fucking up, it's a DPS. Because I'll do the right thing, and then they won't, and then I have to die for it. Because I'll be in a correct spot, and then they'll be freaking out, running around like stupid little ants or chickens without a head, and then I die. Because I can only adjust so much. I'll go to work. We're you know, like casual today. We're not super locked in. We're just doing stuff. Gotta go finish up at work. Good luck. I see that, but my phone is like throwing intervention on you and you living by a pixel or something. Well, I'm glad you have fun. I want to kill myself. Granted, that also happened with my static. Someone once said, oh, it's not raid night. If Nami doesn't die at least 5 times from people killing her or some shit, I'm like... So you all hate me. You all fucking hate me and want me to die. And it's true. I'm the most assassinated member. It's not like they were calling it out. It's because I was like, can we not kill me? And that was their response. I was like, I'm gonna fucking end you all. It's not like they were like, God, shape up. It's like, haha, we always murder you. And I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself. Misunderstood? Yeah, no. I'm the #1 most assassinated guy. Because I do it right. Most of the time. And so if someone fucks up, they usually end up in my area. Where I then die because I can't adjust fast enough to save everyone and myself. I go to my spot and then somehow, some way, even though we've done 12 different pulls, with us all being at the same spot, someone else will go to my spot and murder me. Why? Why must I suffer? Why must I pay for the sins of the many when I am but one? I am one guy. You know who I'm not? I'm not Jesus. I'm not equipped for it. You don't have sandals or a tunic? I have sandals. She's not okay, trust me. I'm not Jesus. Jesus wasn't there. I wanna move that. What is this? That's better. Yeah, that's better. Mm-hmm. 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 Did I drink all of my tea? I did! Oh! The other day, I was like, man, I drank all of my tea. And then I looked in the mug, and it was still half full. Bitch. Where? Oh my gracious. Oh, so I don't start a proper hiccup attack like yesterday. I wanted to fucking kill myself. Really wanted to keep myself safe on that one, guys. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, I can't. I have to mute with my manual click. What sounded like? Oh, my hiccups. Here, thank you for the wave, thank you. KB, thank you for the wave, thank you. Try, thank you for the wave, thank you. DML, thank you for the wave, thank you. I did not fall in, I made a snack detour. A snack? I'm making some nachos. I guess. Oh. Are people tweeting yet? nacho. Nachos! I did it the yummy delicious way of putting the chips on a pan and then putting the salsa con queso on top and then putting it in the air fryer for a few minutes so the chips and the cheese get hot. Hand me my plate. Mine. Outrageous. Make your own nachos. Cause these are nachos. These are my chos. All right. Man, while I've been working, there's been drama on Twitter about VTubers viewbotting. Specifically on Twitch, apparently. My bot? No, it can't be true. No, sorry, you all are robots. Sorry, this is how you have to find out. If I was buying view bots for this small amount of views that I get, that'd be sad. No robot could have this craving. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Program for Nacho. Wonder if there's a minimum number of bots you have to buy, like 1,000? I think there are. Bot farms aren't getting out of bed to push on to 100? No, no, no. You must mean serious business and serious money. I keep going to the explore page hoping it'll say things about state of play, but it just wants me to read about VTuber community debates, rampant viewbotting silence. And streamers defend long intros and quick raids amid viewer gripes. Resident Evil bundle drops to $39.44 ahead of Requiem launch. Or if I want sports trending, there's Austin Matthews, who I don't know who the fuck that is, and Brock Nelson. That last one is nice. Yeah, it is. Also, my Explore page says the Maldives is trending, but that's probably because Kiara's there on her, like, semi-annual Maldives trip. Is it Maldives or Maldives? Deves? I think it might be Deves. How did I end up with too much cheese? You know, doing it this way means that I get the delicious, like, soggy, so coated in cheese, it's barely still a chip anymore. Chips at the bottom of the bowl. It's like getting nachos at a ball game, but at home. I'm doing this on purpose. I'm just enjoying my nachos. Konami! Nachos sound so good right now. Guys, we got another nacho bot. I did have too much cheese. Now there's cheese at the bottom of my bowl and I'm out of chips. No, wait, here's one last super soggy chip. This is what life is all about. Soggy nacho chip. Coated in cheese. Sounds great. It would only be better if I had Rico's. I mean, this salsa con queso from Tostitos is good, but it's not Rico's. gourmet nacho cheese. You know, the good stuff. The stuff you're not allowed to have a marching band whenever you're wearing your uniform because it'll leave oil stains on your uniform forever. Creme de la creme? No, it's the garbage de la garbage. Have to go study. See you tomorrow. Good luck with studying. Thanks for coming by. It's the garbage a la garbage. It's the shit that you get, like, actually on ballpark nachos. There's probably a lot of MSG in it now that I think about it. It comes in giant cans and lasts forever, so you know it's only tentatively food, but you do crave it occasionally. You can get it in small cans for your own personal enjoyment. My favorite is the fact that they say it's Rico's gourmet nacho cheese. It's gourmet. But yes, you can get it in a 6-pound, 11-ounce can. There it is. Yep, I looked up the ingredients. Monosodium glutamate. There she is. I knew it. That's why it's so damn good. It's the MSG. If there's ever a thing that you're like, man, I crave that occasionally, it's probably got MSG in it. MSG makes things so addictive. Oh, the Tostitos salsa con queso also has MSG. It has a lot of the same ingredients as Rico's, but like, it has actual cheese in it. And like, milk. Versus Rico having the first ingredient is whey. And then the second ingredient is water. Like Tostitos salsa con queso is water, skim milk, Monterey Jack, cheese, vegetable oil, modified food starch, diced tomatoes in tomato juice, jalapeno peppers, chile peppers, I almost said red bell peppers, maltodextrin, and 2% or less of the following: salt, natural flavors, sodium hexametaphosphate. That's a preservative if ever I've read one. Monosodium glutamate, datum, sodium phosphate, spice, artificial color, yellow 5, and yellow 6. Actually, is that? More commonly called sodium polymetaphosphate or gram salt. Maybe it's not a preservative. Meanwhile, Rico's, if you don't open this fucking ingredients. We got whey, water, modified food starch, vegetable oil, cheese. What type of cheese? I don't know. And then contains less than 2% of salt, monosodium glutamate, jalapeno peppers, sodium phosphate, distilled vinegar. Ooh, vinegar. Maybe that's part of the secret sauce. Sodium hexametaphosphate. Hey, it's got the same shit. Anhydrous milk fat. Interesting. Mono and diglycerides. Tomato paste, lactic acid, natural flavors, citric acid, beta-apo-8 carotenool, non-fat dry milk. Huh. And yellow 6. Guys, maybe, I think it's also the lactic and citric acid that's in it that really pumps up the cheese flavor. And then you also get the vinegar. I think those are like the secret sauces in Rico's. Vinegar. Vinegar in the nacho cheese. It's true. Like the Tostitos salsa con queso, yummy. It does still give me nachos, but it doesn't give me Rico's. Rico. Instead of brain, there is nacho cheese. I guess I'll work more. Or will I? I will. I had to say that to make Live 2D decide to work again. Had the nachos, they were delicious. Delicioso. Live 2D, motherfucker. Ah, freak. Guys, it's kind of crazy. You might say what? That they were having a Friday the 13th? Right before Valentine's Day? Haven't realized that? Yes, sir. It is indeed happening. had forgotten. Well, now you've remembered. Hope you remembered to get us chocolates? Hell no. Besides, we all know that the chocolate boxes aren't worth getting anymore. They got rid of all the fruit ones. Those were the worst ones? See, you're the problem! The fruit ones are the best ones. Chocolate raisin? None of them had raisins. Not here. It's always chocolate, orange, and like chocolate raspberry. Hello, Nami. I have a favor to ask you. Can you tell my good friend Big Papa John his days are numbered? Like the pizza? The pizza man? I have an inside joke going on where we ask YouTubers to tell him this. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Big Papa John, your days are fucking numbered, man. Watch out. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you, thank you. I hope that suffices. There's an actual guy named Big Papa John. Oh, I see. Thank you, Nami. Yeah, no problem. Actually, a really funny bit. Yeah. It's pretty good. But the passion you put into it is expected from you. Look, I'm not just gonna tell a man his days are numbered without meaning it. Compilation of like 50 VTubers saying it? Wow. That's a lot. Very best. Oi! I went to go use a fucking Photoshop shortcut in this. It doesn't work like that. Is that better? Yes. Oh boy. It's almost quitting time. No, not rage quit, just normal quit. just like normal style. The leaks? Yes. They're all over Twitter. It still will not make me play Fortnite. There's nothing appealing about Fortnite, even if you put Sora in it. Like, that doesn't make it a different game. Even if Nene Mono asks you nicely? No. Put some crucial lore in Fortnite. He won't. Just like there's no crucial lore in Sora being in Smash. Nomura can't even have a game that actually was going to have lore come out. You know, missing Link. Hello, Chud. There is a Chud in my room. The other day, he jumped up onto my armrest and then wanted to get onto my desk. And I was like, no, there is no space for you there. My keyboard is there. You cannot go there. You cannot be there. The desk is not for you. There's truly never been a more hopeless time to be a Kingdom Hearts fan. Like, there's no point. Nomura's a fucking quack. Especially after 3, we can all see that. Our next hope at a game was cancelled. 4 hasn't existed forever. Square Enix just strings us along so that we buy merch from their licensed collabs. Mind you, the last real news we had about 4 was in 2022. I love reading information like Nomura had also originally planned to create the Verum Rex game in its entirety, but noted the difficulty of creating 2 console games simultaneously, aka Square Enix will not let him do it. Because the last time he tried to do it, that was whenever he got pulled off of Versus 13, and then it was it was rebooted into 15 because no development was happening on Versus 13. What if Kingdom Hearts 4 gets given to another producer like that? I don't think that's possible because Nomura is like the guy. He writes it even. So much content was cut on 15? Yeah, because they had like -2 days to develop it. And then Square Enix was like, well, we're gonna cancel all your DLC. Like, okay. No wonder Tabata-san quit after 15. No one respected the work that he put into it to make it a game within the amount of time that it had to come out. Oh, right. Technically, our last info was when they canceled Missing Link May of last year. And they shared the dubbed update and some screenshots of 4 saying more information would be shared when the time is right. And then in September, Nomura apparently said development was going according to schedule. What's the schedule, Nomura? 2028? Especially because he had said, oh, Missing Link's gonna have, like, lore and story that's gonna tie to 4. Well, now that game is just gone. It's dead. So do we get, like, this information delivered to us in another way? I mean, technically it said some figures up here that connect to the story of 4, and it's like, okay, well, is this gonna matter? Because that game got canceled. Tells you what would have been in the game and will write 4 as if Missing Link was released. Yeah. I could believe that. Please look forward to it. I won't. Apparently there's going to be a mobile game titled Kingdom Hearts Fragmented Keys that was briefly worked on in 2013, but was canceled before being announced. Concept art for the game was later discovered in 2015, revealing it would have featured Game Central Station from Wreck-It Ralph as the central hub, through which the player would access both new and returning worlds based on films such as Aladdin, Frozen, and Star Wars. You know, it's honestly a miracle that we get anything. At all. At any point. Oh yeah, he for sure was pulled off of Versus 13 specifically for Kingdom Hearts 3. Because apparently he said in 2010 that his team was too busy with other projects such as Versus 13 to work on Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, 100% Square Enix is like, we want the Kingdom Hearts money. You're no longer on this project. Tabata, good fucking luck. I mean, Final Fantasy is also, you know, a breadwinner series. But the problem with Final Fantasy is that every game is different characters in a different setting and different mechanics going on in the game. So you're not always guaranteed it's selling well, or as much as you would hope. But Kingdom Hearts, that's Kingdom Hearts. Sora's there. You come to Kingdom Hearts, you know you're getting Sora. There's Riku. There's all these other characters you love and know. There's Disney. Like, there's the consistent draw and pull of it being what you expect it to be. So it keeps people buying it consistently. Versus Final Fantasy, it's like, oh, this one looks really appealing to me, but this one looks like fucking garbage. So I feel like FF is more of like a crapshoot on like which ones are gonna sell well. Because you're gonna have those people that like, they love Final Fantasy, so they play every single Final Fantasy to come out. But I feel like a lot more often it's people picking and choosing what Final Fantasies look good to them. You have 15 and 16, yeah. Man. I like most of the Final Fantasies. I'm a loser who literally started with NES FF1 when you had spells per day. Yeah, so you fall into the category of, like, the Final Fantasy fan who's gonna play Final Fantasy. You say, hey, that's Final Fantasy, I'll play it. Rather than someone that's like, oh, there's a new Final Fantasy, what's it about? Who's in it? What's the vibe? I might play it. That one doesn't appeal to me. I'm in it for the crystals. Man, we didn't know how good we had it. Back in the old days of Kingdom Hearts releases not being six years, 7, 8, 9 years in between. Everything in general, though, shows take like 3 years minimum to make a new season. Yeah, everything fucking sucks now. We don't have that much time left on this earth. We keep destroying it. The clock is ticking. Gonna playing FF27 in my bunker, thank you. You know, I've seen billboards for bunker builders. For real? Yes! When I went on my trip, it was a lot of driving, but the one before Disney. I passed like 3 different billboards being like, we build bunkers. I was like, what the fuck? Or like bomb shelters or whatever the fuck it said. Insanity. Did you buy one? No! All tech is real. You want one? No! If there is a blast coming, I only need a gun and a single bullet. You remembered it? Not well. I remembered it existed. Could I tell you who it was? No. Can we have one? Get your own. Not Overwatch Cavalry tweeting the love of your life is on Overwatch, so why not treat them with the Lover Watch Mega Bundle for 6,900 coins, plus the Hello Kitty bundles and other cosmetics. The Romantic Symmetra looks nice. The Charming Soldier 76 makes me uncomfortable. I don't like that. Time to update Overwatch. The love of my life is hopping off Overwatch and in front of a train. Overwatch good for e-dating? Maybe I should hop in now. Yeah, so what you do is you play DPS. And then... you find a support player with one of the Samrio skins. And you be really nice to them and protect them in your match. And then you, like... You whisper them and be like, hey, you want a duo? There you go, now you're e-dating. Or at least you're on your way to e-dating. One trig of DPS and a Discord kit and we'll find you. There you go. Write that down, write that down. There are also custom games called Tinder Watch? Are there? That's crazy. You dating some dude with a Samrio skin. I guarantee you, even the Lucio, if the Lucio has the Koropi skin, they're either a girl or gay. So, like, you just have to decide where your pride level is at and your sexuality. Honestly, that's probably going to be your chances with most of the heroes with a Samrio skin. Girl or gay? I mean, you gotta find out. That one's up to you. I can't help you. No in between, huh? Do you think a straight man is playing Pom Pom Pudding Mercy? Or Koropi Lucio? Now, Sanrio skins that might... a straight man maybe would play with. Hello Kitty Juno. Or Kuromi Widowmaker. Maybe My Melody Diva if they're a Diva main. But like Cinema Roll Kiriko and Pom Pom Pudding Mercy are not very male appealing skins. They're not like sexy. They're just cute. And in my opinion, actually a little ugly. So Cinema Roll, Kiriko, Pom Pom Puri, Mercy, Kuropi, Lucio. Those are going to be your best bets. But I also highly doubt most straight men are going to be spending money on the Sanrio bundle or skins in the first place. So again, highly likely chance, girl or gay. Statistically, girl or gay. Might be gay girl. But that, you know, that one doesn't help you either. That one might as well just slot into the gays section rather than the girls section, because that's not what you're looking for if you're a straight man trying to e-date on Overwatch. Glad I can help you. Good luck. Have fun. Protect your supports. And the love of your life will find you on Overwatch. That'll cost 1 My Melody Diva skin, please. Thank you. Or Hello Kitty Juno. I don't have the game installed, and I'm not installing it. But thank you, I will take those. Gonna follow up with you on the next steps once you get them. I mean, the next step is, like, you have to log in the next day as well. And, like, kind of, you gotta get them on your friend list, right? You gotta spend at least 3 hours duoing before you call it quits. If they call it quits earlier, that's fine. But you can't be the first one to give up unless it's been at least 3 hours of you two duoing and having that bonding time where you're like, okay, yes, let's add each other. Let's play again sometime. And then you log in the next day, right? And here's the thing. If you see them online, play a few games first. Play a few games first on your own. You know, you gotta warm up. You can't walk in, log in immediately, them see you log in, and then be like, hey, you want a duo? Unless they see you log in, and then they message you and say, hey, you want a duo? And then you go like, yes, okay. But you don't ask them to duo until you're ready. So you gotta warm up first. Because you're not gonna impress or protect anyone if you are not prepped to play for real. Alright, Grizz, thank you for the one skin. Thank you. So I had to be good too? Only relatively, right? You need to be good for your elo. You can be ass in the grand scheme of things. You can both be hard stuck bronze. But you gotta be good enough at, you know, doing some things in the game and then also helping them live. That's going to be your most important part. If you are a DPS and you watch out for that support that you're duoing with, they're going to think that you're the fucking best, regardless of if you're actually booty cheeks in the game. Because they're going to be like, oh my god, you've saved me, you're keeping me alive. Because nobody pays attention to their supports usually. So if you pay attention and actually keep an eye out for that support and make sure that they're not getting like aped by a Reaper or a Genji or whatever constantly, they're gonna love you. They're gonna think you're the best regardless of your actual performance as a DPS. One simple trick to win a support's heart. Protect them. if they're playing a Mercy and you've died relatively, like, within the same amount of time of each other, or you're kind of near the spawn doors, go back towards the spawn doors so that they can fly out to you faster. Be their taxi. Help them get back to the fight sooner. I'm giving such good advice. Yeah, same thing with Kiriko because she can teleport. I bet someone could actually take this advice and for real go find someone to e-date with it. I bet this would in fact work for real. Here's the thing too, right? If you have a tendency to be toxic in chat towards other people, like voice chat, text chat, etc., you gotta dial that back until at least 3 days of duoing. You gotta be normal for a little bit. And then second off, you need to tell your support that they're doing a good job. You gotta be like, dude, your heels fucking rock, or whatever, you saved my ass doing this. Whatever. Compliment them. Third date before toxic! No, at least 3 days. So it's the 4th date. It's the 4th date that you can start being toxic again. Because, like, if you do it too soon, unless they're also a toxic player, they're gonna get embarrassed about the fact that they're duoing with you. Because most supports aren't really toxic players like that. If they start it first, you can follow their lead. But if they aren't like that, then, like, go slow. You don't want to, like, freak them out and have them be like, oh, ooh, oh, you're that sort of guy. That's kind of embarrassing. Ooh, you know? I mean, I think you have to leave. Primo advice. Thanks, love doctor. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you. Of course, I'm happy to provide. Thank you for the tips. Now I can finally get my e-girl support made. You got it, Forrest, and thank you. Thank you. Honestly, and the rest of it, like, good luck. You really don't need to be good about talking about things as long as you guys are on Overwatch because you're just playing the game. If you transition elsewhere, good fucking luck, Charlie. I can't help you with that one. That's when you have to actually, like... like, know what you're doing with talking to human beings. Step 1, I need to get Overwatch. Easy, free to play. I will leave my Overwatch updating. I guess report back on your results. I gotta have my testimonials. Step 2, I need a mouse. That is important. But they add me on BNet and they also play WoW. I don't know. I don't go there. I'm just telling you how to find the love of your life on Overwatch. Wonder if that could work in Deadlock too? No clue. I don't know how you romance people in an actual MOBA. A lot of people say Overwatch is like an FPS MOBA, but like it's not an actual MOBA. Good luck. I don't know how people behave there. I can't tell you how to locate girls based on skins. And how to open the door. Good luck, man. We've hit the limit of my advice and my knowledge. MMOs are always good. I got a LTR from Guild Wars 2. Yeah, MMOs will do it for you. However, there's a lot of crazy people. I feel like every other day there's news about like some toxic, manipulative bunny boy on Final Fantasy 14 that had like that was abusive in a relationship or something. So you gotta be more careful with MMOs. You might end up one of 15 boyfriends in an MMO situation. That girl that had like 16 guys? Exactly. MMOs are like almost a little too social in that circumstance, especially with the way that people get like freaky RPing on there. Overwatch, sure, you might find an e-girl that mostly wants you to buy her skins, but the love of your life could be out there. Playing Pom Pom Pudding Mercy. She could be out there. Valentine's Limsa? Go on fucking Balmung for that. MMOs are just so much easier. You basically just have to play tank. I do feel like tank in an MMO has a bit more like natural Riz versus DPS. You don't even have to say anything. People are like, oh wow, my big tank that protects everyone. Look at you, you wear cool armor, you're all whatever, you know? I feel like DPS is usually seen as being more cringe in an MMO. You're never like, oh wow, the Reaper, oh wow, the Viper. I think tank in an MMO like kind of just automatically gives you like, the knight sort of aura. Wow, look, he's so cool. He has so much sustain. I'm sorry to tell you that if you play tank in Overwatch, I can't help you get a support duo. You're too busy tanking, bro. Focus on the front line. Yes, tanks should also peel for their supports, but like it's not nearly the same. If you want to tank and get attention for it, MMO. If you want to DPS and get attention for it, Overwatch. Most of the time, your supports are like, God, my tank just fucking explodes! Like, I think if you want someone on Overwatch and you're a tank, you just have to be actually really good at tanking. Like, it's a much higher skill floor required than DPS. Because as much as you can peel for the support, you can't really, like, stand there as much and, like, full protect them because the support's supposed to be in the back line. But, like, a DPS could sit in the back line with the support and protect them as long as they're still able to, like, get a little bit of work done. A tank, you can't sit there and babysit your support to get a duo to rizz up. You gotta actually go do your job. Too busy getting fucked by the enemy team to rizz anyone up. Yeah, see? If you're a tank, the love of your life is not on Overwatch. I'm sorry to tell you this. Now, I will say, if you also support, the love of your life could be on Overwatch, whether it is a rare lady DPS, because I feel like most women, I hate to stereotype, most women are going to play tank or support. Not very many women that I've ever known play, like, DPS as their main class on Overwatch. But you can also support duo as support. You just have to not be asked. Male support pocket the female tank? Maybe, but I feel like that just, it's not the same. Your highest chances are being a good enough DPS that a Mercy will blue beam pocket you. That's going to be your highest success chance whenever it comes to Overwatch E-dating. Will be protecting and being pocketed by a Mercy. Because if you try to support to find your support love of your life, right? You need to be a good support. Because other supports, not going to be impressed. Unless you're also a good support. They need to feel like you're pulling your weight in helping keep the team alive and also helping them stay alive. So, like, you still protect each other, but you got to do a lot of actual work. If you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs, and you can't play Moira. I'm sorry, if you play Moira trying to get a support duo, it's not gonna work. Because every person that plays support hates whenever their other support goes Moira, because to them that's just another DPS. No, why? Because a lot of people play Moira as another DPS and also don't know how to heal with her properly. So, a lot of, like, Moiras can pump out healing, right? And they can pump out DPS, but still not actually have enough impact on the game that people will be okay with it. A lot of people just fucking hate Moira, so just don't go Moira. If you lose the blue beam, you've lost your trust. It's like losing dance partner. Overwatch is so complicated. You just need to know the vibes. You need to know who likes what and like what the general public hates. And I will say, you know, everyone loves to hate on Mercy mains. So if you find a Mercy to Riz, especially like I said, a pom pom pudding, either a girl or gay, you need to make sure that you are like, I love playing with a Mercy. Mercy's so great. You're a great Mercy. Thanks for your beam. Thanks for your pocket. Like, don't lay it on too thick. But that's the sort of shit that you say. You gotta be like, I don't get why everyone hates Mercy, like, sort of thing. You gotta be like, I love Mercy. Remember one time you told us if they know you're a gamer, it's over. Well, that's part of why I said you can't be toxic until at least after the third day. All right, well, I've given you enough wisdom. You're set up for at least, like, 4 days. Once you find someone. You're not going to find someone immediately, so, like, you're fine. Good luck. You're going to have to try for a while. But, like, you're set for a while once you do. The worst part is, I think I'm actually giving you good advice. That's the worst part. I'm pretty sure everything I've said would work. Oh, don't play Genji. If you want that Mercy pocket, like your top tier chance, don't play Genji. Don't play any divers. If you have to run into the back line, it's over. Because then your support's going to have to chase you. And you don't want that. So don't play Genji. Good options would be Widowmaker if you can land a shot. Hanjo. Soldier 76. Although they might think that you're a little lower skill if you play Soldier. Cassidy. Definitely not Sombra. Ashe. Ashe would be a decent one. I guess Freya? If you can find an absolute degenerate, maybe Mei. Bastion? No one respects you if you play Bastion. Let's be for real. Jay Silly? No, he's kind of like a on his own hero. I like playing Mei. That's why I said if you can find an absolute degenerate. Because if you can get, like if you're a decent Mei and you can get a Mercy to blue beam you, 1, they're evil. 2, they like to encourage evil. That's why I said if you can find an absolute degenerate. Your chances of that one is low, though. Because the other DPS, unless they're like a dive, it's probably going to be a better blue beam target than the Mei. Like, you have to find someone who's actually like, ah, yeah, I'm going to blue beam the Mei. Like, very unlikely, because especially with Mei, she has her own self-heal. Like, Mei's not really much of a hero that you have to babysit a bunch. I have to leave! Thanks for streaming tips. I have to run down to my spinning class. Take care. Love you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm leaving too. I gotta shut up and leave. You guys gotta do some of the work on your own. Thanks for coming by today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day or night wherever you are. I'll be here tomorrow for more infield. But until then, I love y'all so much. I'll see you later.